Good morning, Discord. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Man Poor. Good morning, Brooke. Good morning, A90S. And good morning, Man Bear Bull. Alright guys, trying to get all the rest of the stuff done. How is everyone today? I am doing great, wide awake and feeling rambunctious. There you go. I'm here. It's been a funny morning. Me and Bear Bull, but you and Man Poor, I've been talking back and forth with the magic keys people, and I had to send some videos, Man Bear Bull, to the magic key people. I already told Man Poor this morning. They wanted to see the actual giveaway, so I had to go back to the videos and record the videos and now send them to them and all that. So that threw me off. Yeah, exactly.
They couldn't tell you this right at the beginning, could they? No.
No.
By the way, Reality, your oil trade, I didn't take it because of this. I'll drop an image in the chat, then you'll understand why I didn't take it. I know it's not a really valid reason, but that's why I didn't take it. On the left-hand chart, sorry, right-hand chart, not the left. Right-hand, the left hand is 30 minutes, left hand is 30, right hand is 5 minutes.
Okay. So what you're telling me is it's rejecting the 50 on the 30, so you don't want to go short, but it's holding the 200 on the 5, so you don't want to go short.
Yeah, well, the 200 is always stronger, but the 30 is stronger on the 50 is stronger on the 5. But
I'm confused.
I get you. Looking at that, and it might just be a temporary rejection there at the 200.
Yeah.
Or temporary bounce. Damn,
I'd be more apt to say that the 50 on the 30 is a stronger rejection than the holding of the 200 on the 5, but I don't know.
I agree with you there, but the reason I say it rejected there is, no, I agree 100%. The 50 on the 30 is definitely stronger, but that could just be a temporary move, like a double bounce or something stupid like that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And we'll see how it plays. I don't expect it to play. I'm not even supposed to be taking these trades after all the people gave me all kinds of crap in DMs, but I figured nobody can say anything when it's before I open my mic. Nobody can say anything, so I'll go ahead and take it and see how it went. So I took it, didn't like the price action, and got out. I ended up with, what was it? I think 70 off it. It looks like something like that.
I didn't even see you enter, so
yeah.
I just went over and saw it.
Yeah, I tried to pull the screen up, and it was on the gold screen because that's what I was. If the gold screen's on, here's where the problem is with this. Okay, so I have the gold screen and the other one both on. So if I pull this over, you guys should see gold. I don't know, but you should see gold, right? So you should see gold now. But if I turn gold off, just hit the little eye thing, now it goes away and you can see the oil screen, and it's because gold's on top. Well, I always have my gold screen on because that's what we're going to trade. I mean, I assume normally that gold's going to be what we trade. Well,
are you sure we're trading gold?
No, well, I'm not sure,
honest,
but that's
the third setup I missed now. That wasn't nice. So if you want to go down to the 50, I'll explain quickly how the 50% rule works. So you have that long candle. So that went below the prior candle.
Okay.
So it broke below. That's rule number 1. So candle must break one side of the prior candle. Then it must retrace 50% of the prior candle. So let's say basically where that red line is. That is where you enter. And your take profit is at the top of the prior candle. So it's a short run, but you can basically, so at the top of the prior candle, at the top of the wick, that would be your take profit 1, and then you can just bring it to even, and move stop loss to break even, and whatever. So, but that's
Oh, so I see
basically
what you're saying. So it breaks the 50% of the top. Okay, I see what you're saying.
So it breaks the 50% of the prior candle, but it has to break one side of the prior candle first. So you're expecting it to make an outside bar. Not that it will.
Gotcha.
But like here it did. This is an outside bar we did create now.
Yeah.
And again, it depends on, I wouldn't take that if it was going down, because if you look at the current run, we are mostly up. And if you look at, we're up on quarter, monthly, weekly, daily, 4 hour, hour, 30 and 15, we are up. So you prefer to take a long rather than a short. But anyway.
Okay.
And the previous candle is also an outside bar. You could have taken that too. That's a down trade, a short. Anyway, it's just something I look at.
So where's your stop?
The stop is below the current candle, so it's a 50-50 trade basically, 1-to-1. So that's where your stop is.
So okay. So if it were to come back down and break the low.
Yeah.
But you never really know on any of these candles how that
No.
played then, I guess.
You have to watch the candle
it's the same
open
kind of
though.
thing. Yeah. I see.
Currently we had a normal trending bar, then an outside, another outside, so it's just a broadening formation. I suppose you can call it price discovery on a very low time frame. But anyway, just something I'm trying. I didn't take much today, only that one trade. I missed those two nice ones on gold up and another one up for 20 ticks each. Jeez, what's happened now? Oh, market.
Yeah, oil held. Almost hit it.
Yeah. That's close.
Yeah, it is.
We might reject now because if you look at the 5 minute on oil, we have an M formation forming. So we can go either way.
Yep. It's always that way though, isn't it? Can always go either way.
Yep. No, you're right. That's why I take these trades now because yeah, it can go either way.
I think we got up to 195 subscribers now, guys, so we only need 5 more. 5 more and I'll do a Apex giveaway. 50K. We'll get there. Slowly but surely.
We just stopped out of Nasdaq again for 32. Minus 32. That's a stiff one.
Has he won any trades lately or no?
Not much.
That's bad.
Yep. Last week
Yeah.
he had a Dow trade, I think, that really ran miles. So he did well on that.
Yeah, that image you're talking about on the 5-minute lines up perfectly with your consolidation over here to the left too on the 5.
Yes, yes.
If it does break there, everyone will be short because everybody loves to trade the 5-minute. So you should see that area get respected and show a little bit of a reaction there. Anybody who is still playing this position or saw it or wants to take advantage of it, not playing with it again, but I wanted the movement. I wanted to get in and I want it to move. If I don't get the reaction I am looking for, I don't hold on to the trade. So that's just me. Everybody else can trade however they prefer. That's how I trade. Everybody knows this already. The longer you are in the market, the more chance you are to having your stop loss hit, in my opinion. A lot of people disagree with me, and that's fine. Yeah, A90S, it was a nice drop on gold.
But, yeah, it was, but there was no entry. Not that I could see.
Yeah, there's nothing I could trade there.
Outside bar. Well, on 15, you have outside, outside, outside now. 3 outside bars. So there's an outside bar. Previous one is outside bar. Previous one is outside bar. Then you have a normal bar. Outside, outside, outside.
I was really hoping. Oh.
Nasdaq took a tumble.
Yep. Dixie must be. Yep. Dixie's being Dixie. Let's go. Platinum's probably. Yeah. I'm so sick of this range that we're in with gold. I'm not kidding you. I am so sick of trading right freaking here. I'm so sick of it. I want to go somewhere. This is freaking hogwash, guys. Completely ridiculous. So, if any of you guys trade order blocks or supply demand or support resistance, you guys are killing it. Good job. You're doing great. Because it has been working great for you. I myself hate it. Hate the price action currently. So, but if you range trade, if you love to trade inside a range, which a lot of people do, you use fibs, you do things like this, you should be in the positive here. You should be doing well.
My
Fibs here.
I'm sure.
Sections it should be.
Stopped out now. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not criticizing this guy's trading or anything, but I don't understand. No, seriously, I don't understand. He has been trading for many years. I'm talking 30 years. He's he knows the market. He worked at a trading bench, so basically he saw millions and millions of people trading. So he was one of those people going, "Oh no, you can't do that. Oof. Ouch, no. Okay, yeah, you did it. Okay, now you stopped out." That type of trading. But
yeah,
I'm hoping that this trade that he took, according to my price, he's already stopped out, but it doesn't look like it. Closing down. Okay, you made some profit on Dow.
Do not want to go back to weekly open today, guys. I want to see a big push away so that we can come back to weekly open on Friday, so that we can get a move. Rah. A90S asks if you trade micros or minis with Top Step, Manpour.
Micros at the moment. Not that it makes much difference to me right now. I know their ratio is not right, but I'm just trying out a strategy. So yeah. I usually do 2 micros. They said they will have this whole ratio thing fixed on the 22nd, I think. First they said the 15th, but now it's the 22nd. Let's go have a look.
I switched to micros. So much volatility lately. A90S says.
Yep, agreed. And even on Nasdaq trading 2 micros, your stop loss is like $160. That's huge. I know it's not as big as minis, but imagine that you take 2 minis and you have like $1,600 stop loss. And nope, thank you. Hello, Brooke.
All right, A90S. See you in a bit. Brooke left, I guess.
Yep. I did say hello.
Yeah, I said hello when I first came in, but...
Oh, I didn't see him. Oh, I apologize.
There's oil. Did play, guys. For anybody who got involved, played out nicely. Good win. I got out way down there. Was not going to run through all this drawdown, got to be honest with you. I had a good idea that it was going to go up, and I didn't want to live through it. So if you wanted to re-enter, right, and here's how I do stuff, and I mean, here's how you can do it, let's put it that way, right? You could have, let's go back to it, you could have took profit just as I did, wait for it to come back up, and then wait for it to break here and re-enter to back down. I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't have if that was something that you preferred to do. I didn't like the price action. I would not have re-entered, but it's just something you can do, right? I would rather get out. I mean, everybody already knows if they've been here long enough, I would rather get out with a little bit of profit than take a stop. So that is me. If that's not what you prefer, then by all means, don't do so. Like I said, again, it's all about your trading. I mean, this is the thing, and I mean, I was just talking to the wife about it this morning. It's all about how you trade. Do you have a, decent win rate? And everybody will say, well, win rates don't matter. Well, win rates do matter when you're talking about where you take profit and where you get stopped at. They matter. If you have a higher win rate, you can get away with taking profits faster and getting out of positions that you don't care for. If you don't have a great win rate, then that's where things, kind of come into it, because now, if you win, let's say, 55, 60% of your trades, because there's a lot of people that win right around there, you are hugely in an issue of where your stop loss and your take profit is. It's really got you up against a wall, because if you're not at least 1-to-1, right, as we sit here and talk about risk to reward, and I hate that. I hate those words. I don't even care for the terminology, because that's not how I trade at all. But with that being said, you got a 55, 60% win rate. You have to at least be 1-to-1. I mean, you have to. If you don't, you're not going to profit at all. So that is a consideration, right? So it just depends on where you are in your trading journey, yeah, and what you're achieving. So if your win rate's much lower than 50%, well, now you're even looking at something different, right? Can you still be profitable? Yes. There are tons of professional traders out there that trade low percentage win rate, high percentage profitability over risk. So essentially the trades that they make and they hit, they win big. The trades that they lose on, they lose quick and small. So little bitty losses, little bitty losses, little bitty losses in order to make big wins, right?
There's somebody who has a whole story about some traders in South Africa who created a strategy to trade, and their win rate was 23%. They made millions. But like you just said, when the trade goes against them, they cut it immediately. They don't trade a stop loss. If the trade doesn't go in their direction, immediately they cut it. It's not a trade. So the strategy was such that the entry was there, and exactly there is where the trade should turn. When they won huge. So,
and
so that's how they work.
And that is the thing. Now, I mean, the proof's in the pudding when you talk about these things, right? Because if you're going to take quick stops to where you're limiting loss, your idea of limiting loss is fast stop losses. So essentially, you put your position, your stop loss is super close, then your win rate will be low. That's the whole thing. You're going to have a low win rate. You're going to lose a lot of trades because your stop loss is so close. We can do this a million times over, And I'm willing to do it one day only because everybody thinks there's all this majestic, things as to how this stuff really works. We can go and we could take an entire day and we could say, okay, A, B, or C, whatever you want to do. We could say, okay, every time we get a green candle, and then a red candle, we go long the top of the green candle. All right. And we will do this with a tight stop loss and a big take profit. And then we'll do the same thing with a big stop loss and a quick take profit and drag your stop or whatever you want to do. And what you're going to see the difference is just win rate. Your profitability at the end, if you're keeping them very comparable, will be about the same. People don't get that, but it will. It'll be about the same. And everybody likes to argue, well, win rate's what matters. Well, risk to reward's what matters. Well, no, all of it matters because it depends on what kind of system you're trading. If you're trading something that you want to win more, and this is where it goes into the mental part of it, you want to win more, then that's where you're at. If you can mentally take loss after loss after loss, then you run it the other way. Do you want to have these, fancy trades that look big and you got this big trade that ran for hours and hours and hours and you made all this money? Then that's the way you want to trade. You want to have very, very tight stop losses to where most trades are going to get stopped out, but the one that hits will hit and it'll run. And there's no difference, guys. There's no better way to do it. It's which way you prefer. And people won't tell you this as you go through all the YouTube videos and all the YouTube gurus and everything else. They're going to tell you that their way's the way and that's all there is and this, that, the other, So, but at the end of the day, I'll tell you, we could flip a quarter and enter if you want. You'll see that the things are exactly the same. There's not any difference. It's just how you prefer to do it. So this is not a bad short here to recover the wick of this candle, guys. What we got? 6 ticks. Yeah, you would have been in already if you were trading it. Sadly. I'd like to get it up and push that yellow line first. That is the 4 hour. We just closed the 4 hour, so I'd like to get up and play here before getting in, but that is just me. I am not just going to take the break. We got 25 ticks already. If we get up here, it's going to be past my stop loss, but if I was suggesting you guys to take that, I'd like to see, Manpour just said 50% of the candle as he was talking. I like the same thing because that's going to be about where this area is. See there? Pretty dang close, which is going to be your top of this wick. I'd like to see at least this yellow line here tested before going down. Again, do you have to pay attention to that? No. Whoop, what did I just delete? Something I wasn't supposed to, I think. Oh, okay. Never mind, I didn't delete anything. Again, it's up to you and your system and your threshold here.
One thing I've seen lately with Nasdaq, and we all know Nasdaq's a pain in the ass, but
oh, yeah.
You have a level where you want to enter, no matter what you do, it will tick you in by 1 tick. Yeah. And then go the opposite direction again. It will eventually go your way. But so I've learned now, when it comes up and it goes 1 tick above, I leave it. Because 9 out of 10 trades that I've been watching, it ticks it in, goes back down, and then it comes up and it goes your direction. So that's when I enter, not the first time. If it runs, it runs. Tough.
Yeah.
But lately it's been doing this shit, and I think 3 or 4 of my trades, I've been trading micros, yes, so I can sit and watch it for a bit without losing too much heart rate. But I don't like that. It's horrible. And it is literally 1 tick. You'll have an entry, a prior high, however you want to trade. There'll be 1 tick above it, and it'll go back the other direction, and then it'll come back and continue up.
Yep. So there was the flip, guys. Like I said, I'd like to see it get up here. If you want to take the flip here and put your stop loss higher up, because essentially if I was to take this trade currently, right now, how it is, hold on a second, right here. Then entry would be here, and I'd want to only go to the top of this wick, which in my opinion isn't a great stop currently. I'd like to see it go up a little more. So again, can you be in it? Yeah, obviously. But I'd like to see it come up here and test here.
To win it?
Yeah. I would rather be up here. So if we move up more, then I'll consider it. But currently, I'm not a huge fan. I'd like to see this area tested because I think it can come up. And again, if you want to take it, realizing that your stop loss should be up here, then go for it, right? Like you should put your stop loss about there. And again, that's too big of a stop loss for me anyway, so I'm calling it out for you guys to see. But you see what I'm getting at here.
I'm shooting a screenshot. Check.
What you got? What you showing me? EMAs again?
Sadly. But, yeah,
sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I don't look at any of the EMAs. I took all that stuff off my chart.
I know, but it's just lately everything is at the EMA. We're not getting anywhere.
Yeah, what I found with EMAs, I'm not going to lie to you. If you did get in this, take profit. One would be the wick down there, so you should be very close. You could either go to BE here or wait for TP1 at the recovery of the wick. Completely up to you. The reason that I don't look at EMAs, I will be honest with you, Manpour, isn't because it kept me out of trades. And me and Sonny just had this discussion. And if Sonny, I don't know if you're out there or not, but if you are, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We just had this discussion. And I told him, because he says, what, did you find that, you know, you're limiting your losses by not using EMAs on your chart anymore, because I know you don't have EMAs on your chart anymore. I said, no. What I found is that EMAs gave me a reason to get involved in trades that otherwise I never would have traded. And that's exactly how I feel. Essentially what would happen is you'd come down, you'd tap the 50, and you'd reject off of it. Well, now that gives you a clear reason to take the trade. Why? Because now, you know, you saw a rejection there. So now you can... Guys, I'll be honest with you, and I'm not trying to be funny here. Let's see if we can get a... Now, this may actually be a decent setup here, guys. If it can come back down and break these lows. The only problem is we've got such a bottom wick on this thing now. Anyway, if we... so sidetracked. I'm sorry. Again, I'm not trading this, guys. This is just a setup that I'm looking at. If we can come up here and break these highs again, hold, and then come back down and break the lows, I don't think it'd be a bad setup. The only problem that I have is the stop loss now, right? Your stop loss is like here, yep. So
getting
she
huge.
May not... Yeah, she's super big. I mean, now you're looking at like 59 ticks, so I wouldn't be involved, but this is the area that we were hoping for her to come up and test. Now, if she rejects here and goes and breaks the lows, that's where I would have been involved, right? So it'll look something like this, though, at this point, right? So your stop loss is like 93 ticks. So, I mean, I don't suggest anybody get involved at that rate, but...
Small change.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem. Anyway, I can go anywhere on a chart and tell you exactly why you should have entered. Anywhere. It's far too easy. And I can go anywhere on a chart and I can tell you exactly why you shouldn't have entered. It's far too easy.
I prefer that.
And these are the reasons that I say things like, you got EMAs, you reject the EMAs, now you say, okay, well, it held the 50 as support, so now the price is going to go up. Yeah, well, and then they say, well, what you got to do is you got to have, you know, confirmations or confluences or, well, you can find confluences anywhere on a chart. Just being honest with you. I can give you freaking four reasons, 3 reasons, whatever it is that they want you to come up with in any given spot in the chart at any given time. I mean, anytime somebody says, okay, Well, right now, let's see our 3 confluences to go up, 3 confluences to go down. That's easy at any point. So when you start putting things like EMAs and things like that on your chart, you're building more confidence in positions that I found did not play. I found that and they I would enter because that's what they, that's what they try to tell you is, well, if it rejects here, blah, blah, blah. And that's why I don't play with them. But that's just me. That's just me. If you found a way to EMA trade and it's worked, very good. Very good.
I tried to just use that as a reason not to enter. Yeah, that's not right, but I suppose.
Yep. Man, Bear Bull, you find it easy to good at making up confluences. Yeah. And I mean, it's not even just making up. Essentially, anywhere can be a confluence.
Yep.
But I like some EMA
any
trading.
Level,
yeah.
Any line, any.
Yep.
You can look at any line. You can look at any trend line. You can look at anything and create. What's that word? Apophenia. That is when your mind sees shapes in things that aren't really there, like looking at clouds and seeing a bear or whatever. That's when your mind creates shapes. Now, in trading, it's exactly the same thing. When you start seeing triangles and trend lines and apophenia.
You can see triangles and see, we can see them right here. Here we go. Put them on the chart. Our trend line.
Yep.
So now we've broke below it. Came back up to retest it. So if it holds here and goes down, then there we go. Now we can do this just the same, guys. Have some fun with this. Here. We can go up, down, up, down, up, and now what do we got there? Now we've got our head and shoulders pattern. So we can run this down. I mean, we can come up with all kinds of stuff, but at the end of the day, I just don't see using all this.
What apophenia is. That exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
You look back at the chart and say, oh, there's a trend line, it broke and retested, I could have entered there. Or,
yep.
But
and here we got this one too. See there? Well, that now we rejected here. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's going down, guys. I mean, we've proved it now. There's absolutely no reason to believe that it's going to. But at the end of the day, it's the whole problem, right? You can show that you're going up or down anywhere. I mean, we can call this channel right now and claim that it's not broke, just the same. Okay, here's our upward channel.
Correct.
We can run just right here and say, all right, here's our upward channel. So there's absolutely no whoops. Okay, sorry, I pulled the wrong thing. I thought it was just here's our upward channel. So now we have no reason to believe that we're going down until that channel's broken. Right, we can say that. So then when we get here, now there's a reason to go down. There's so many things you can come up with, and you can draw this chart all day long and put little lines on it and put little channels and trend lines and everything you want. But, it's at the end of the day, it still is what it is. Just like man Parable says. Other group that comes and calls it all these big names and stuff. Trend line is not a trend line. It's a variable price liquidity zone. That's a trend line, by the way. They just draw the line and then put $2 below it. Now, it's not a trend line. It's a variable price liquidity zone. Come on, man. These, how stupid do you think I am? Stuff. It's beautiful stuff. It's beautiful stuff. Like Man Bear both says, though, it's all about risk management and developing your own system, and that's absolutely the truth. You got to have a reason for entering. I mean, it is what it is. You got to have a reason for entering. You got to say, okay, well, this is why I'm going to enter. Then you have to say, okay, how am I going to manage my risk past there? And some people, like I said, some people like to say, okay, well, it's risk to reward. You guys already know I don't prefer risk to reward. Why? Because it's a one trade basis. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I prefer risk, bankroll management, risk management, if you will.
Risk.
Yeah, which is I only risk a you know, maximum number per trade. So essentially my risk threshold, you guys already know, depending on the trade, right? I will not take a trade that's over a 30 tick stop loss. That's it. So with that, I know that $600 is my maximum risk. Maybe one trade's $200. Maybe one trade's $400. But that's me bankroll management. And if you have ever looked into sports betting, playing poker, even just, you know, professional casino gambling as it is, you know, however you want to look at it, whether you're a blackjack player, whether you're this, whether you're that, all these guys play professional. You ever like say, oh, well, that's just gambling. And so is waking up and going outside. I mean, in Florida, you don't even have to go outside for it to be gambling because NASA's junk's falling straight through the top of your roof. So you don't even have to go outside for it to be gamble. But life's a gamble, guys, every day. So anybody that says trading's a gamble, sure, why not? So is everything else. You go and you start a business tomorrow, it's a gamble. I don't know why people like to say that trading is a gamble, but nothing else is. You go anywhere, do anything, it's a gamble. This is your own business. This is what you're doing. Look at it like a business. Absolutely, it's a gamble. If you wake up tomorrow and you say, hey, I'd like to go and start a restaurant, I promise you, it's a gamble, guys. It's a gamble. So any business you start, I've been in business my whole life. If you are in business, it's a gamble. And how you work business is the exact same way. You don't say, well, I'm going to use risk, you know, risk to reward. This is what I'm going to do, and this is what I'm going to do for each plate of freaking food or anything else. Your risk is your bankroll. What can you put into something? What do you hope to get out of it? It's all about bankroll management, and always has been. So that echoes says
the same with business. You don't ever know what your reward is going to be. In business too. I've not owned a business, but I've been in business for many years, and in management. So I do understand that you never know what you're going to sell, what you're going to make. It's just, it is what it is.
Yep, and that's exactly what it is. And again, just like business, just like trading, just like poker, just like sports betting, the only thing you can do is control your risk. So you take your next trade, the only thing you can control is the risk. All these people that say risk to reward, that's absolutely absurd. You can't control the reward. You'll never be able to control the reward. Anybody tells you can control the reward, they're not telling you the truth. I'm just telling. There's no way to control that. The only thing you have control of is how much are you willing to lose? That's it. And the same thing goes for anything. If you walk into the casino tomorrow, you can only control what you're going to lose. If you think for 1 minute, you're going to say, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm going to do 10R. I'm going to go up and I'm going to place $100 on the roulette wheel and I'm going to win 1,000. Get out of here, man. Are you serious? Come on. It doesn't work that way. So, trading's no different. You can't.
If I don't make 10R, if I get to 9R, I'm not stopping because I have not made my 10R.
Yep.
No taking profit, no nothing, no. I have to make 10R. Bullshit. And again, this morning, the FTSE trade was a very good example. It went to my take profit, and of course, like I said, reality, I had totally the wrong size in it. I was like minute, and instead of just taking profit, I closed the trade, and it still ran double the distance. So,
Yep.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
And again, that's the truth too. I mean, it happens. It is what it is. Everybody's got to figure out what works well for them. All right. See you later.
I'll be back in a bit.
Anything you don't know the outcome yet. I think risk is dependent on the trade, ideally. Man, Bear Bull, yeah. I mean, if that's how, I don't know. I mean, it's just all in how you do it. Like I said, my trades, you already know how my trades work. You've been here long enough to know. Basically, I'm looking for a wick. I'm looking for a flip in a, common area, and my stop loss will be above or below the top or bottom wick. And if that stop loss is bigger than 30 ticks, then I pass on the trade. If it's 10 ticks, 15 ticks, 20 ticks, then I take it. That's how I manage risk. So that's how it works for me. How it works for everybody else is up to them, but for me, that's what it is. I don't look at what the reward, I mean, obviously I pay attention to how much reward I'm looking for, like the higher the low of the previous candle, and I want to make sure that that is, at least close to what my risk is per se. But once I get that TP1 at that general vicinity, I'm dragging my stop. And if it goes on for 200 ticks, then it goes on for 200 ticks. I don't say, oh, well, I'm going to do 2R, so 60 ticks is where I'm taking my profit at. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense to me at all. Just doesn't make any sense to me. So I never have hard take profits for TP2. You know that. I never have, never will. My stop goes into profit to cover my fees as soon as TP1's it. So I get TP1 and I get my commissions covered. That's what I know TP1 is. Now I've made profit and my commissions are covered, and from there, the trade can go wherever it wants to go. Is there a reason why 30 ticks? The reason 30 ticks is my stop loss, man, Bear Bull, is because that's a $600 loss. So on a 50K account. Now, I run 4 contracts on a 150 account, so that's a $1,200 loss. Right? So, that's what I feel like is, the loss margin on those accounts. I don't feel like you should take any more than a $600 loss on a 50K account. I don't feel like you should take any more than a $1,200 loss on a 150K account. And again, that's personal preference, I guess. I mean, that's just what my threshold is. And again, you normally don't. Like, and then everybody says things like, well, so your losses, you're taking a $600 loss, and your take profit on the trade you just took was, $400. I don't understand. It's not the case, because a $600 loss is the maximum loss I'm ever going to take. It's not that this trade was a $600 loss, or the next trade's going to be a $600 loss. That's not how it works. You know what I mean? It's a thing of, that's where I draw the line. Most trades are never 30 ticks. If you've guys seen me draw up all the trades that I've got involved with, normally they're more around 18 ticks, 21 ticks. Normally it's never that 30 tick stop loss. Normally those aren't the trades that I get involved in, because it just is what it is. It's just not normal for it to be exactly a 30 tick stop loss. So very unusual to be in a trade that is that way. I think throughout the whole time of streaming, I believe that one trade that we took that went to stop loss was 30 ticks. I believe that's the only one. And I mean, we took what? Eight losses. So we've taken 8 losses, and I believe out of those 8, there was one that was actually a 30 tick. Yeah, you're 35 ticks, but with micros, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that at all. I think there was only one out of those 8 that was a 30 tick stop loss. So in my opinion, that was, a complete stop. And the sad part about that one, and man, poor left already, but I'm almost 100% sure that that was also a 15-minute trade. I took a close off of a 15-minute, And that is what I reevaluated, you know, after the fact. And I do not look at the 15-minute closes anymore. I've taken a few losses off the 15. It gets you more trades. But after looking back, you know, at my trade performance, I found that in reality, even though I got more trades off the 15-minute, my rate of loss was much higher off the 15. So now I only take 30-minute and 1-hour closes. BTC's flying. Yep. She's on the move, ain't she? Back up. See? And gold is still playing games. So again, we got the 30-minute close here. Same situation, guys. I mean, this is just a doji candle. So, again, you could take the top wick and the flip. I'm not liking it at all, but the trade setup that I showed out earlier, you know, you're looking at the exact same thing. You'll get a close here. It'd been nice for this to be a 5 minutes left. Yeah, I guess we don't know how it's going to close yet. It's going to be a doji candle one way or the other, whether it's a bullish doji or a bearish doji. It is an inside. I mean, this is another one of those things that you could wait for the wick and flip here, but I'm not a fan of this area anymore. I mean, we never even tested the lows yet, so you can anticipate coming down to test them. But I mean, if this is a bullish candle close here, and then you can re-break these lows here, you should get a decent push, but now you have nowhere to get your TP1, you know, unless you're quite a ways up here. And just take the flip, which is super high risk. So, I mean, you know, we've got longs here that came in. We know we got stop losses below there, but there's really nothing pretty about this setup. Really isn't. Hey, Max. Good morning, man. How are you? Oh man, that's not good, but I guess it is what it is. You can only do what you can do, right? Yeah, it's just slowly draining down, slowly bleeding down. Any ideas? There's that push down, guys. So, again, there wasn't... That was the perfect position right here off this, but the stop loss was just too big. You could have took that flip back up off of that candle, but still would have been risky. You could put your stop here and took the flip there for the push down. Alright guys, give me a couple minutes. I'm going to take a break real quick and I will be back. Alright. Hey Jashim. No, you probably need a, let me give you a video link real quick before I go. I haven't even pulled it up yet. Screen sharing before I take a break real fast. Good morning, by the way, Jashim.
morning.
There is Jashim's screen, guys. Like I said, I am going to take a break real quick. I will be back here in a few minutes. I just want to take a break before the 11 o'clock close. So let's see if we can take advantage of the 11 o'clock candle. Be back in a couple minutes, guys. All right, guys, I am back.
Hello.
Hello, you're back too. There you go. Good stuff.
Yep. I see you took all the trades. Now they're done.
No, hadn't taken any. The setup was good on that trade. If it just would have not had such a big stop loss, that would have been a great trade to get involved in. But what can you do? You got to have rules too. Again, guys, and this is where a lot of people have issues too, because they'll say, "Well, this one played out, so next time I should just take it." Well, next one may not, guys, and then you'll take a stop that's way too big. So, which definitely, you know, could blow your account if you're working on, you know, trying to go fund it or whatever the case may be. So it's just, you got to realize when the setup plays, but it's not an entry, you still got to pass it regardless of if the setup actually works out or not. And that's the hard thing. A lot of people struggle with that. It's tough. I'm not going to say it's not, but, you know, it's still risk management at the end of the day, and that's where you really have to be at. And if you don't manage your risk over a long period of time, you'll lose, unfortunately. I mean, consistency is key. So as soon as you start over risking, you know, it is what it is. But it's a lesson everybody else has to learn, I guess.
I'm not mad at myself for this, because I think it was the right thing to do. But I broke even on a trade that I ran, because I realized my entry candles was too big.
Yeah.
It was a nice trade as well.
Let me pull your screen up. I had a trade this morning. It was very similar to what you're talking about. I took a oil trade, and essentially it was like a $70 win, but that's up even at the end of the day, right? All right, I see. Yeah.
The only way I would have stayed in that is if there was no candle flips, because when it starts to flip around, that's when probability lowers. But still nice structure. Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that, honestly. I mean, like I say, some people, it more gets you mentally than it does anything else. So if mentally you can make sure you can, you know, deal with those things, that's going to be... Could have went the other way too, and it would be the one that instead of taking a BE, you said, "Oh no, I want to run with it because it should work out," and now you take a full stop. You know what I mean? You're much better taking your BE and continuing on to trade the next day, or the next trade, let's say, right? Got to transition it back. See how good I am? I left your screen up, Jashim. I've transitioned. I already pulled it. The thing is, a lot of you guys don't have OBS, but essentially, how it works is I have the first screen on the left in my OBS panel, and that's what I set to however it needs to be. But in order to get on the right panel, which is what you guys see, I have to hit the transition button. And a lot of times I set the screen the way it's supposed to be, but I never hit the transition button. So one day I'll get good at it, I promise. Yep. Hey, 90S, you are exactly right. It is another slow bleeder. Oh, 45 and then a plus 100. I guess that's not bad. Hopefully they equate to something around the same price there, Manpour. Like it's minus 45.
Yeah.
Or no. Never mind, that 9's a plus 2. Never mind, so it's only minus.
Yeah. No, but still,
38.
that's a decent day, and
Yeah.
I mean that's he trades what compares to 30 contracts on futures.
Yeah.
So he trades big. But
Yep. A90S. Do it. Do I prefer oil or gold? I prefer gold. I've traded gold essentially through, you know, this whole period of time. I've only added oil as of late, and just because gold just isn't, I mean, you see, just not doing a ton. It's moved a little more in the last week or so, which is good. But the only thing that I've noticed over these, you know, last days, let's say over the last week or so, is the fact that the candles are extremely big now. So there's a lot of volume, which is good. Don't get me wrong. But with that, the stop losses are, you know, unmanageable. So that is the issue that I've seen, and we started adding oil in just a while back. It's maybe been a month or so. Don't you think, Manpour? Probably a month, maybe a month and a half. I don't know. Not very long. Have we been even looking at oil? Honestly,
Not even that long.
okay.
Yeah, about a month. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But
So
you're just trading wrong. You should have a 150 pip stop loss and a 100
Yeah.
pip take profit.
yeah, that would change everything. You're right.
Yep. You
That would
have
help
winners
everything.
every day.
You are right there. You are 100% right.
And as soon as
I
you
mean-
have like 5 pips profit, you close the trade. You
Yes.
profit. You won.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now you're talking.
We're just trading wrong. We don't know what we're doing.
The thing is, we find the areas that you can trade, and it plays out just as we expect. Like Manpour's saying, the problem is it's just the stop losses are far too big currently. So I mean, if any of you guys are trading micros, or, you know, trading bigger accounts, or exactly, 150 stop loss. But I mean, with that being said, if you
I'm
could have,
joking, A98.
yeah, and that's essentially where you were at. We were at 92 ticks.
Yeah.
You know, our stop loss on this candle would have been 92 ticks, so our entry was like right in here somewhere.
Yeah.
So, well, it must have been, it never flipped. So, like I said, after the fact, we could have took advantage of this candle, but again, your problem is it was a almost 30-ish tick candle. I don't remember exactly where the low was on this, but that's just the wick, right? You really needed to break this low. So essentially your stop loss, even at that, would have been 77-ish ticks. I mean, and then you didn't have a place for your take profit. And I mean, yeah, the trade would have worked. You would have did very well on it. I mean, even if you did take it there and ran it all the way down, you know, you still got your 1-to-1, but... And you could have took the flip. You know, we said that in the very beginning. You could have took the flip. But the problem with taking the flip was it was super risky. I mean, you would have been super risky because you never broke the lows. I mean... And again, it worked. If I had it all to do over again, I still wouldn't take the trade. Just so everyone's clear. I mean, even though I see how it worked out, I still would have skipped on it, because I'm only going to trade probability, right? I'm only going to trade, you know, trades that make it much more probable for me to take a win. So, and the setup was there, the entry just wasn't perfect. And I mean, you could have took the setup. You could have essentially just took the flip of this candle in the very, very beginning if you wanted, and just lived through all this. And you could have took your flip right here, put your stop loss up here like we spoke about in the very beginning, and, you know, ran it all the way down. But
thing is, it's also now in hindsight, yes,
huge.
but
Yeah. The stop loss is just huge. I would have never took it, but that's one of those things. It's just how it's been working. I mean, we see the setups. We know, you know, most generally where it's going to go, but over risking just isn't something I'm going to do. That's what we talk about when we talk about all of it, you know. And you could have went to a risk reward type thing and said, okay, well, it's 1-to-1 R, so therefore it's worth taking, or 2-to-1 R, or whatever you want to look at. And you could have found that spot here in this trade at any given time. But you're not limiting your loss at that point. You're not even controlling your loss. I'm telling you, hey, you're going to do 1 to 1.5 R, let's just say. Well, that means just like A90S says here. Okay, so you're going to do 1 to 2, let's say. So you got 150 tick stop loss and a 300 tick take profit. So now you've done that, right? In my opinion, that's not a way of managing risk. Saying that's absolutely my opinion. Everybody can take it for what they want. For me, I want to manage what loss I'm going to have, not try in some way to negate that the loss is as big as, you know, it is just because my take profit's way bigger. I don't care what the take profit is. I'm still only going to, you know, I'm still going to manage the risk of my loss from the get-go, because you have to assume, and I mean, I know a lot of you guys don't want to hear this either, but you have to assume that every trade could lose. I mean, you almost got to assume that it is going to lose. I mean, I know people don't look at it that way, but you have to have that assumption in your mind. Everybody thinks that every trade's going to win. That's where you get yourself into trouble. So you have to think about how you can lose this trade, and at what point do you consider it a lost trade? I mean, that's the next thing too. Where do you say, hey, I lost? You know, that's always the problem with guys that DCA in. And again, I'm not going to say for 1 minute that people shouldn't do that. There's a lot of people that's their strategy and that's how they trade, but they have to have a clear point of where they're going to cut their losses, where that loss occurs, where they decide, hey, I'm not going to win here. And that has to be very clear from the minute you start entering that trade. I'm sorry, literal 4X God. I didn't even realize you were typing over there on Kick. I'm sorry, man. I missed it. It was a long time ago, so sorry, man. Sorry. I just didn't see it. I think I was actually may not have been here your first message, and that could have been why. But no, we weren't selling gold. We looked at sales way earlier. Stop loss was a little too big, so. Yeah, you are exactly right, A90S. Oil is rolling. Serious 5-minute candle there. Hashim, have you even seen anything on NAS?
Nothing yet.
Yeah. I was just making sure that I wasn't the only one that thought that it was super, super slow currently.
So I go away, I come back, and there's still no trades. That's just sad.
Well, that's because when you were gone, we took them all. We took like
No,
6
you didn't.
trades.
I can see from that beautiful price action that you did. Jeez.
Well, I tried. I tried.
When the price action was still decent a while ago, I could have believed you. But now, looking at that, nah.
It's ugly. It's ugly.
It's really bad. It's been really ugly the last while.
Yep.
Honestly, not fun.
Nope, not at all. And it's sad because I feel bad for the new people who come in, like this Brooke. You know, he comes in and he's trying to show up, but you know nothing's going on, and I can't explain to him that there'll be better days. But you know, it is what it is. Hopefully he doesn't throw in the towel and give up. But it's one of those things.
You can't even promise that anymore because this has been going on for a while. We get the odd movement, but then you don't have an entry.
Yeah.
And that's why I've been looking down at the 15-minute for different types of entries because, oh, there we go.
Gold.
Jashim is trading. Yay!
Good job, Jashim.
Let's
I
go.
was like
Let's go.
I like the flip of that
I got
candle.
the biggest candle, bro. Let's
But
go.
Stop loss was too big
There's another
again.
20 ticks.
Beautiful. Good job, Jashim. Good job.
Now, when I said going down to lower time frame, I didn't mean the 1 minute.
Yeah, you almost have to right now. Me and Poor go down to that 1 minute and scalp with the 1 minute. It's crazy, crazy, crazy.
So you do your TA on the 5 minute and trade the 1 minute.
Yep, you're almost there. I'll be honest with you, and it's sad because I could go down to like here. We could go down to the the 800 tick, but still, the
problem is I can't trade the 800 tick. Sadly.
Yeah. I mean, it's on the 800 tick. It's
1,000, 2,000, 5,000. That's it.
Yeah, on the 800 tick. I mean, this should be a decent short here. Back down to the pivot point, but again, you're just going to take it off of. I'm not going to scalp it. I'm not going to get that desperate currently. Now, if we go a lot of time and can't get involved in anything and have to figure something out, then that's one thing. But until then, I'm just patient and continue on like I always have. So I believe the trades will come. It's just
I have to say I'm getting a bit desperate now. That sounds bad, but sadly that's how it is, because trading this shit and actually making a living, well, not making a living, just getting freaking an eval past.
You can always do both. You don't have to do one or the other.
What do you mean?
Trade low time frame and the time frame you're trading now.
Yeah, well, I've come down to the 15 now, so and from the strategy that I'm looking at the moment, there are more entries. Okay, I've missed a few today. My fault, not the market's fault, my fault. But I'll be looking at that and just see how it goes. Trade micros like you do. I've got 5 accounts, and last night I decided I have 5 accounts. If I blow one, I take the next one, and so I will continue until I get something right.
Nice if you have multiple accounts, you can do different things. And not have all of the accounts take a hit if one of them doesn't work.
Say again?
You said it's nice if you have multiple accounts, so that if you take a hit, it doesn't just affect one account. I think that's what he was getting.
Okay, cool. Yeah, but I mean, I must just get my confidence right, and that only way to do that, trade.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Are you joking me? No
What
way,
happened?
guys.
What happened? What happened?
I just updated this part break even right there. And now she's took out these lows. Oh, it's just a wick. Maybe I did do the right thing. You never know if you're doing the right thing.
I love it. 1 second, he's like, "Oh my gosh, I just missed it." But nope, never mind. I didn't miss it at all. I did right. I love it. There's trading 101, guys. That's how you feel all day, every day. That's great.
But
I love
that's
it.
when you say reality, when you take a trade, when the trade is done, walk away, you're done.
Yep.
Don't look back at the trade. Don't worry about the market price action after that. I did the same this morning with FTSE. That trade that I closed, it still went double the distance. That was it. I took profit. That was it.
Yep. And that's where a lot of people,
The trade
that's, yeah. And that's where a lot of people completely get it. And I mean, it is what it is, but the problem is you just can't beat yourself up over it. If you made the decision, whatever decision that was, you know, whether it be take profit, go to BE, whatever it is, then you did it. You made the decision. It's done. Don't worry about it. Go on. No big deal. I
and
mean,
even better if you made profit.
yeah, exactly. If you made profit, even better. But, you know, if you're doing these things, you at some point in time, you have to trust the decisions that you make. You have to trust that, hey, you know, I made the right decision. I mean, as we talk about business, again, right? You start your own business, there's going to be times that you're going to have to make a call. You know what I mean? And whatever that is, whether it be right or wrong, you have to say, okay, well, this is what I'm going to do. You know, and you have to trust yourself and what it is that you did. You can't go back and let's live the next freaking, you know, 20 or 30 days saying, well, if I only woulda, well, it's already over. Go on, move on. If you only would have, that's great. You know, we could say a lot of if we only would have, but why? What's the point? Let's move on to the next thing. Learn from that and continue on. There's not a wrong decision, you know, in my opinion, unless you're just consistently losing. Now that's a whole different thing. Now, yeah, obviously that you need to start paying attention to your decisions at that point. But if you, you know, if you're profiting, then profit's profit. You didn't make the wrong decision. You got a profit. There's nothing wrong with that. Continue on. You know, I always look at it like that game show. What was that game show they used to have where you got to see what was, I remember seeing it on like the Game Network or something, and how it worked is you got a choice of what to pick behind your doors. And if you wanted door number 1, door number 2, door number 3, and if you didn't want to keep what was behind whichever door you chose, then of course you could, you know, say, okay, never mind, and I'll take what's behind the next one. Well, a lot of times those decisions were really, really wrong. They would, they decide that they don't want what they have, and then end up with, you know, the price is right. It might have been. I don't think so though, Rat Killer. I think it was something else. Because you could actually trade it back, and I think the Price is Right, you had to keep whatever you chose, but you could trade it back. I don't remember. I saw it on like the Game Show Network or something. It was an old show that I never saw when it was on, but you essentially could, I think it's Let's Make a Deal. Is that what it's called? Maybe that's what it's called. Anyway, you could essentially swap what you had, and sometimes these people ended up with, like, you know, 3,000 papers of stock, or, you know, 3,000 pages of stock paper or something by the time they're all done, which they gave away for a living room suite or something, or suit or something. You know what I mean? So it's just completely absurdity.
In South Africa, we had a game show called Money or the Box Show. So you could take money or whatever's in the box, and the same thing basically applies.
Yeah.
So you get given, okay, $50. Money or the box. Money. Okay, box. You sure? We'll give you $100. And so they continue. I can't exactly remember how, but it's a similar thing. And then at the end of the day, they take the money, and there was like car keys in the box or something stupid, you know. Anyway.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. I think it was something pretty similar to that, and that's the whole thing. I mean, you can't beat yourself up over whatever. You take your decision, you make your decision, it is what it is. It's going to turn out however it's going to turn out regardless, but you got to trust what it is that you're doing, and you have to have enough trust in yourself that if you took a BE and it continued to run, you didn't take a stop loss. You know, everybody always wants to look on the other side of it. You know, you get hit BE, let's just say. You get hit BE, and you say, oh my gosh, it went a million ticks in my direction. I would have finished my account. I would have been a millionaire. I could have retired on an island somewhere. So what? You didn't take a stop loss. It could have went to a stop loss too. It's the same thing. And people never see that. They never pay attention to the time that, oh, I went BE, and look, if I wouldn't have, it would have came back and stopped me out. You never hear anybody say that. You never hear them talk about that side of it. It's always the trade they missed. The trade they missed. That's you know what I mean? You never hear the, hey, here's the one that I went to BE and, you know, I saved my ass. Nobody ever talks about that. I don't know why, but you never hear that part of it. So, and I think it's probably our human brain just, you know, we want to think about, you know, we were so right when we entered that trade and look how far it ran and we were dumb and went to BE. But go back and look at how many of them you moved to BE and then they go against you and they would have hit a full stop and you were right by going to BE, right? But not many people do that, sadly. And it's just one of those things. It is what it is. I mean, like I say, when I talk about playing poker, and I mean, I know I've told you guys this before, but how I look at, you know, the board, you know, is the cards come out and I look at what will beat me. You know, most people look at how they're winning. You know, they've got whatever they've got in their hand and they're looking at what hand they have got now. So how they're winning. I'm always paying attention to how I can be beat. You know, where am I actually in this hand? What is it that could beat me here? And I think that's kind of why I look at the market that way as well. And again, I'm not saying that's right for everybody, but that's how I look at it. How can I be beat? You know, and I want to keep myself out of situations like that, to where most people look at it as, how can I win? And that's it. And I feel like you're real blind to the fact of how you can lose if, you know, you're only looking at how you can win. And people flip that on me and say, well, yeah, and you miss a lot of opportunities that you can win by seeing how you can be beat too. Yeah, absolutely. Not going to say that's not, you know, somewhat of the truth as well, but that's all my part of limiting losses as well. So, and it's not right for everybody, you know. It's all in how you prefer to trade. So,
you could try something like this. A trading gratitude journal to kind of get used to what reality says about seeing the times it does work. Because our brain's just gonna forget all the times we save ourselves.
Yep, you're right.
yeah.
No, I think it's like you said, it's also kind of human to go, oh, you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But
And it is. I don't know. Oh no, you're fine. And it is. I feel like that's just how the human brain works. I agree with you. I mean, that's just, I feel like that's kind of what you do. Why, I don't know, you know, but it always is.
I suppose the same goes for trades missed. Could have taken this and should have taken this, and yeah.
Yep. And sometimes, and not always, like sometimes people say, well, I could have taken this or should have taken this, and you know, that's all. But sometimes, and I even caught myself in this before, and man, poor can be a, you know, he can tell you because he was here when I went through these things. I actually struggled with London, and it's the dumbest thing in the world. And now that I go back and I look at it, I can show you how dumb it is. I mean, not today, but I would focus on the missed trades in London. And this was a year and a half ago, you know, somewhere around that time.
Yep.
And yep. And the missed trades in London, now that I look at it, are so unsubstantial. It's stupid. Like maybe trade a week, you know, maybe 2 trades a week. And it really isn't that much different than the Asian session that you normally don't get a lot of trades in either. But yet I would sit here and just, you know, mull over the fact that I'm missing London and I'm missing this move because I only saw the move that I missed. I never looked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and said, okay, there's all my days. We missed one move during London. All I was fixated on is the fact that, look, the move happened in London. I missed it. Not the other 4 days that nothing freaking happened, so it didn't matter. Who cares? You know, one thing during London does not make up for having to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning every freaking day. And you don't see it that way. And I mean, I had the same issue, so it's not, I mean, it's everybody. Everybody struggles with this, guys. It's just, you always think about what it is that you missed. You always think about what you should have been part of that you didn't get, or what money you could have made that you didn't, and everything else. And that's why I try to preach that all the time, you know. Think about, you know, all the stuff that you've actually missed in life or in the market or however you want to talk about it. And I mean, these things are so, you know, little, it just doesn't matter. Don't beat yourself up about little, you know, dumb things that really make no difference, because mentally it's a drain on you. It's a drain to sit there and think that, you know, no matter what, you're missing this, you're missing that. No matter what, you know, you're missing out. I mean, it'll drain you. So it's better just to say, really, you know, what have I really missed in life? Think about what you've really missed. I mean, these things are so unimportant. It's dumb. So just continue on. Find the good rather than fixating on the negative, unfortunately. I mean, and everybody says this, but it's true. You know, don't fixate on what you should have done or could have done or whatever. Fixate on what you're going to do, what you will do, you know, what you can take advantage of. I think it helps a lot. Just for me. I mean, maybe not for everybody else, but that's how I feel about it. And I was so dead set that I had to get up for London, and I had to trade London, and that I did. And you can ask me why. It messed up New York. So what I did was I was waking up for London and missing trades during New York, and London had no trades. If that's not counterproductive, I don't know what is. And these are the things, if you actually sit back and look at it and see how counterproductive something is, because you're so fixed on the fact that you missed this, that you recognize how counterproductive it was to get up for London and, you know, blow New York for nothing. Because obviously, normally, I hate to say obviously, New York's got more more opportunities, because it's been kind of bad as of late. But you understand what I'm saying. You're more likely to get a opportunity during New York than you are London, for sure. I mean, just one of those things. Obviously, every given day is different, but over the long haul, New York's a better session to trade, in my opinion. Again, it depends on how you trade. I mean, for me, New York's a much better session to trade than London. So
break even ended up saving me. I would have got stopped.
That's beautiful. That's good. Very, very, very good. And you should pat yourself on the back and congratulate yourself for those just as much as, you know, you're aggravated at yourself for missing the one that ran because you went to BE. And you'll figure out that judgment at the end of the day is what you should use. You know what I mean? You should use your best judgment. And if the price action isn't working in your favor, why are you part of it? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, you know? Or if you were doing anything else in life and you felt uncomfortable in the situation you were in, normally you're going to exit that situation, whatever it be, rather than just saying, okay, well, let's just play it out and see how it goes, you know?
Yeah.
For some reason, trading seems to not be that way. We could just go ahead and, you know, let it run and see what happens. Yeah.
Everyone wants to just have an edge, follow it, not have to think about it.
Yeah, that's true. And you can. I mean, I know
when
guys.
you have to make the decisions, the blame's on you, not your edge.
Exactly. And you can. I know guys that trade that way. I mean, all joking aside, I know there's people who take a trade and they close their, you know, laptop and continue about their day. That's just it. And I'm not saying that those traders are wrong. You know, as long as they're consistently profitable, great. Way to do it. But that's not how I trade. Is absolutely amazing, guys. When you start looking at stuff like this is how you know that you have a problem. Up the screenshot. That structure there. Yeah, it went down. Tested the bottom, made a W. Came up, broke the highs, made a double top. Came back up, made a double top, went down. Broke the highs and continued up. Anybody see that? That screenshot I just dropped?
Yep.
You want to know what's so bad about this?
What is
I mean, you can see the W and the M, and you can see all this stuff and how it went so well. That is the analytics on the current live stream.
But everything has similar moves, so
That's perfect. Oh, that's crazy. Yep, gold is sleeping. Man, I'm falling asleep too almost. You woke it up, A90S, by saying it's asleep. Hey, welcome back, Brooke. I'll see you later, A90S. I do not blame you at all. I'll see you tomorrow, man. Have a good one.
You're gonna call it.
What'd you say, man, boy?
Are you gonna call it?
I mean, I guess I can. I guess I can. I was just talking to A90S because he said he's calling it, which I don't blame him at all.
No. I know.
Oh, it's horrible.
Tsushima has a trade.
At least Shishim's getting good on this, because this stuff is ugly.
Yep.
Somehow he's taking advantage of this non-movement. Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest with you guys. It is ugly. I don't know. It's almost 1 already. If anybody wants to sit around for another hour and 20 minutes, we can. Nobody cares.
This one was
then.
just on Steam.
See, Jashim's already moved to Sim. That shows you how much he likes this price action.
Yep.
I mean, it's up to y'all. I don't think there'll be anything here, but I'll stay here for anybody who wants to talk about anything or anything else, but I don't think we're gonna find much of nothing. We're still stuck in this ugly range. All I'm doing is watching videos in the background, I'll be honest with you. Probably all I will do. So I guess we can, man, poor. I guess we can just close up and reconvene tomorrow. See if there's anything any better. I'm watching those. Well, I'm watching those. I hate to say it on YouTube. Of course, they're YouTube videos, but those videos that been showing you. I'm just watching those videos in the background. That's all I'm doing.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So, yeah. So, it's crazy.
Oh, well, okay. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. That'll work. All right, man. Poor, have a good one. Jashim.
Cheers.
That Echo.
Cheers,
I imagine you're here. Rat Killer.
cheers, YouTube.
Yep. YouTube, Kick, Twitch. Me and Bear Bull. I imagine you're here as well. Have a great afternoon, evening, or night, guys, wherever you are. I'll be back tomorrow morning. This is ugly. All right. See you later, guys. Have a good one.